Azure Active Directory, a very important infrastructure topic. So we are going to deal with all basics. We're going to see how we can create users, groups, devices, how we can make role-based security implemented in Azure, how we can have applications using those Azure Active Directory credentials for allowing users or maybe denying users, single sign-on feature, and so on. So let's first begin with the basic introduction as usual. See, we all know Windows Active Directory. But remember, this is not Windows Active Directory, this is Microsoft Azure Active Directory. In short, we call it as Azure AD, that's the short name given to it. Now, it is a multi-tenant cloud-based identity and access management solution for the resources that exist in cloud. The rest all is okay, but this is important. Identity and access management. So basically, for identifying users, we will create their account, provide some password in Azure AD. Azure AD will be responsible for authenticating the users and accordingly assigning permissions to various other resources which are part of our Azure cloud. And it is multi-tenant. Implies what? Yes, the same Active Directory can be used with multiple clients. And in Azure, we can have multiple Active Directory tenants created. In Azure AD service, multiple Active Directory tenants can be created and each tenant can have a different set of users. So basically, the complete user management infrastructure, which otherwise a developer is supposed to take care of at the time of coding applications. We have to create tables for managing users, adding users, editing users, deleting users, providing features for recovery of password, ensure that people are not accessing our site or web application by trying to hack it. There's a lot of features which are built in Azure Active Directory, which otherwise a developer is supposed to take care of. So yes, moving from the traditional programming of applications to Azure Active Directory will reduce lots of programming efforts, which otherwise a developer is supposed to take care of. Provides single sign-on features, wherein once we log in into one application, automatically we will be approved or we will be treated as logged in other applications also. You don't have to provide the same credentials again and again. So what is the benefit? Now for IT admins, what is the benefit? Azure AD provides an affordable, so not expensive and affordable, easy to use solution to give employees and business partner single sign-on to thousands of cloud SaaS applications. See, Microsoft has provided a gallery of SaaS applications which are already supporting Azure AD. So if I want to make use of those applications in my organization, I can have a user account created in Azure AD and the same account then can be used for accessing all those applications. The user doesn't have to use different ID for each one of them. So an organization level ID can be created and the same ID can be granted permissions to various applications the organization is trying to make use of. So that is the kind of benefit the admins are going to get. Now what are the benefits for the developers? Azure AD lets you focus on building your application. As I said, you will focus on the logic required for your application. Obviously, it's going to be fast and simple to integrate with the world-class identity management solution used by millions of organizations across the world. That means complete user management will be moved away from our application. Microsoft will make you do everything from their portal. You can create users from the portal. You can assign roles to the users from the portal. Or if required, of course, a custom interface can be done. But that is again going to be only called to simple API methods. Lot of programming in background is already done for us, which is hidden from us, which remains transparent to us. Organizations can use Azure AD to improve employee productivity, How? Because he doesn't have to log in again and again. So automatically his productivity will get improved, streamline IT processes, and improve security for adopting various cloud services. So we can basically categorize this set of users will have this much access, that set of users will have that much access. Like that, complete streamlining is possible because of the Azure AD, specifically in the cloud set of services. Employees can access online applications by using a single user account. SSO feature we call it. Azure AD is highly scalable. That means if your organization has only 10 users, you can use it. If your organization has 1000 users, you can use it. If your organization has 10,000 or even a lakh of users, still you can make use of Azure AD without any problem. The scalability is all built in and highly available. Now, how it is highly available? Because the data is maintained at multiple data centers. The infrastructure which Azure AD takes care of will help you to even overcome the disaster problems at one particular data center. See, it is running around 28 data centers across the world. So if by chance something goes wrong at one data center, you will still have everything available from some other data center. That's the kind of assurance which Microsoft gives you when you are making use of Azure AD. It's highly reliable, and even if the data center goes down, copy of your data are live in at least 2 or more regionally dispersed data centers. That means at a good distance, the data centers are available. It's not like flood has come and 2 data centers have gone away. That kind of thing would not happen. There will be around at least 250 miles of distance between the 2 data centers which Microsoft maintains. So because of the flood or because of the war or because of any other reason, if one data center goes down, even then your Azure AD information will be taken up automatically from another data center. The switchover is going to happen without even our knowledge. Many applications built on the platform such as, this is the beautiful thing. If you are a .NET developer, if you are a Java developer, if you are a Node.js developer, if you are a PHP developer, and the list is growing. Microsoft is adding more and more languages to their cover. But yes, all these are pretty well going to integrate with Azure AD. You can use protocols like SAML, WS Federation, OpenID Connect. Of course, the OpenID Connect is the most popular one used nowadays. All these things can be used by the applications developed in different languages to make use of the Azure AD advantage. Through the support of OAuth 2.0, remember Azure AD is now upgraded to OAuth 2.0, not OAuth 1.0. So developers can develop mobile and web service applications that integrate with Microsoft Identity Platform for cloud authentication and access management. That means your mobile applications, your desktop applications, your apps, web services, that means web APIs, all the type of applications, there is a scope for integrating with Azure AD. Yes, if you want to programmatically control Azure AD, you want to programmatically create users, you want to create roles and groups, you want to bind users and groups, there is something called as Graph API which is available for doing this. So we don't use something which was earlier used, LDAP, but instead we use the Graph API today, and Graph API is REST based. Now when I say it is REST based, I can use it in almost every language which is going to provide support for REST. That's the beauty of it. That means if you want to build your own interface for managing users, you can do that by in background making use of the Graph API. So these are the major reasons why Azure AD is getting popular day by day. People are moving away from their in-house Active Directory to Azure AD also. Now you can use Azure AD to do what? Yes, you can use for managing users and groups. You can provision new users. Basically, it's a repetition. Enable federation between organizations. You can make use of applications of another organization with your ID or the vice versa. To users of other organization, you can provide access to certain applications in your organization. Yes, indeed, it's a identity management solution. Rather, it's the first step. It identifies irregular sign-in activity. There is a lot of machine learning which is happening in background, which takes care of identifying the irregular sign-in activity. For example, there is some IP from which lots of login requests are coming. Automatically that IP will be blacklisted by Azure AD. Or let's say I am in India, on a regular basis I am logging in from my country, my location. Suddenly with my ID, if somebody logs in from another location, Azure AD will not let in. It will ask me to confirm that I have changed my location. So yes, that kind of irregular sign-in activities are all built in without we doing even single line of code. You can use single sign-on on cloud-based applications. You can use single sign-on on cloud-based, on-premise, and Azure-based applications. All of them. If an application is in cloud, which we have hosted, custom applications, or any application was picked up from the gallery, all these applications which can be picked up from gallery, or even if your application is in an on-premise environment, that means it is not even in Azure, then also you can make use of Azure AD. Yes, it provides multi-factor authentication. That means in addition to username and password, you have to further verify your identity by using maybe email or SMS, additional multi-factor authentication that is called. Existing on-premise Active Directory implementations to Azure AD. It extends basically. Whatever we were earlier doing in Windows Active Directory, all that can be now extended to Azure AD. It integrates pretty well with it. How we will see that? Coming to now the edition. Yes, there is a free edition which people can try. We can move on to basic. The only difference between free edition and basic edition majorly is in basic edition we can promise 99.9% SLA. In multiple data centers it will be replicated only if it is basic edition. Free edition they don't promise any kind of SLA. We take a chance if the data center goes down, our users will not be able to log in if you are making use of the free edition. Pretty obvious. But yes, simple user management, change password, synchronization, the core features are all supported here. Almost same set, all these features and little extra. Group based access management. Groups can be basically given permissions. Here there is no provision to provide groups to the, you cannot provide permissions to the groups. But here you can have group based access management, role based access management. You can have self-service password reset feature. If enabled, user can reset their own password, or if there are services which are running in background, they can reset their own password. Yeah, here we can get company branding. Otherwise, we'll get the default page of Microsoft when we are using the free edition, whenever we log in. But here company branding can be done by changing the logo, the access panel. There is something called as access panel which we are going to discuss. All that can be changed. So then you have got premium edition. Now premium is really premium, pretty expensive, but it also gives you really wonderful features for your organization. Like multi-factor authentication is supported only in premium edition. Self-service identity and access management feature is supported only in premium edition. That means users can put their request to join, and then later the approver has to approve it and they will be accepted into the system. Advanced reports. I told you earlier we have this feature where irregularity can be identified, but that has to be fetched through reports. Basic reports are available, but advanced reports are available only in premium edition. The usage reports, from which part of the world we have got how much traffic, all those reports are available. Dynamic groups and self-service group management is again basically dynamic group is a feature which is available in premium edition. Identity manager. Microsoft Identity Manager, on-premise Identity and Access Management Suite, self-service password reset, and password write back for an on-premise user. That means if the password is updated in on-premise, it will get updated in the Azure also. So that kind of feature, there is something to be discussed before that, before you understand. So these and then further more advanced features are available here. So we will not be able to get into a lot of premium features. Just theoretically I can explain, but yes, you will understand most of the Active Directory features by end of this particular session. So let's see the Active Directory in action now. Now, directories provide a simple and logical way to group related identities. Very simple point actually. Directories provide implies we can have multiple directories. We have multiple directories implies we have multiple logical way of grouping users. 3 different directories can have 3 different set of users. Now, why we need multiple directories, we will see. A directory can consist of following 3 types of identities. User added manually to the directory. If I am a directory administrator, I am going to add users of my organization into the directory. That is one way of getting users into the directory, and that's most common. Users synced from an existing Active Directory installation which is on premise. You are already using Windows Active Directory. You want to get all those Windows Active Directory users synced into the Azure Active Directory. Because Windows Active Directory users cannot access applications which are in Azure. For applications which are in Azure, for their identity, for the user's identity, they will refer to Azure AD. I repeat, on-premise identity, that is Windows identity provided by Windows Active Directory, cannot be used by users within the organization to access those applications which are in Azure cloud. But vice versa is true. If you have already provided your identity with Azure AD, the applications in on-premise can access them. But for this, what we will have to do is sync all those users which are there in on-premise into Azure AD. That step we will have to perform as an administrator. I can also have third-party accounts. Into my Azure Active Directory, I can add your account. If you are user from some other organization, if you are present in some other Active Directory, or even if you only have a simple Microsoft account, I can put you into Azure Active Directory. Yes, the basic criteria is you should have a Microsoft account. Any user who has Microsoft account outside my organization, I can invite them into my Azure Active Directory as a guest. How it is done? We will see that. Access control in Azure starts from a billing perspective. This is important. The actual owner of Azure account accessed by visiting Azure Account Center is account administrator. Remember this role. Account administrator. Like for my account, when I created Azure account, I become an account administrator. And I am going to be billed for anything under my account. Let me show you. See here, I have a directory and now I have created multiple other subscriptions. If I go to subscriptions, all services, subscriptions, it will show me multiple subscriptions. These are multiple subscriptions, right? So I'm actually owner of this. I'm owner of this, but these two subscriptions are not, I'm not owner. I'm only the reader. but I am going to pay for this particular subscriptions because I am the account administrator even for these two subscriptions. At the organization level, these two accounts are created. So this is used by one associate of ours. This is used by another associate of ours. Whatever services they make use of, Deccansoft as an organization is going to pay for it. And I myself have these two subscriptions. I repeat, I am being billed for multiple subscriptions. Though I am owner of only two subscriptions. Why? Because these are under my purview, under my organization's purview, but the owner of that is somebody else. So I am the actual account owner. Subscriptions are containers for billing, but they also act as security boundary. Very important. Billing is always, as you can see here, billing is always at the level of subscription. If you have a subscription activated, for that subscription you'll have to pay. So when you use Azure Pass, you get Microsoft Azure Pass subscription. When you create your account by providing your credentials and credit card number, you get free trial subscription. Like that, you have pay as you go subscription. You have got Microsoft Enterprise subscription. I have something called as Microsoft Azure sponsorship subscription. Extra privileges given to me for because of the Microsoft partnership and certifications I have. So like that, there are different types of subscriptions, and each subscription will have separate billing. But all the subscriptions can be attached to the same account administrator. Remember this. Your Azure subscription has a trust with Azure AD, which means that it trusts the directory to authenticate users, services, and devices. So Azure AD has actually nothing to do with subscription. You can have a Azure AD account even without a subscription. But Azure AD and subscriptions are generally connected with each other so that there can be a trust relationship. So that in the subscription, the resources which are created are given access to the users in the corresponding Azure account, Azure AD. A user should exist in Azure AD so that the user would then have access to the services which are provided by the Azure. I repeat this point. A user should be existing in Azure AD, and Azure AD then should be connected to the subscription so that the resources of the subscription are accessible to that particular user whose account is existing in Azure AD. Yeah, I forgot to mention that this is security boundary. It's basically implies that when I say there is a security boundary, it implies that yes, within this particular subscription, so and so user has complete privilege or reader privilege or managing privilege, things like that. So I repeat once again in summary, how does it all happen? First, I create an Azure account. So at that time, I am called as Azure Account Administrator. The moment I create an Azure account, I am Azure Account Administrator. This also creates an Azure AD. For me, an Azure AD tenant, one tenant is created, we can say that. Then next what happens is we log in as that account administrator and we add subscriptions to our account, or somebody else will give me access to their subscription. Even that is possible. For example, I can invite you to have access to this particular subscription. I can invite you. Like these people have made me reader, they can also make me owner of this subscription. Not owner, sorry. They can make me, let us say, permission where I can have read and write access rather than only reader access. So that kind of permission also can be given. I can invite subscription. So one account of user can have multiple subscription. That is the point. Within the subscription only, all the resources will be present. Resources are created in a subscription, and the charges of these resources are put onto subscription. So subscription becomes the criteria for billing. But who will be billed? The administrator who owns that subscription is going to bill. For every subscription, there is only one account administrator. Remember this. So any kind of resources which are created in the subscription, resources are created. Where are the charges accumulated? In subscription. From whose credit card or debit card, whatever you have provided. Who will be billed for all those charges? Account admin can be billed. So can account admin have multiple subscriptions? Yes. Can one subscription have multiple resources? Yes. One admin can have multiple subscriptions and one subscription can have multiple resources. This point you have to keep in mind. And the best example is my account here. I am the owner of these two subscriptions. Though they are created by somebody else, I am the owner because they are created at the organization level. Multiple subscriptions can trust same directory, but each subscription can trust only one directory. As I said, multiple subscriptions can trust the same directory. That means one AD can have one AD will have each subscription. Okay, one subscription will be attached to one AD only. But one AD can have multiple subscriptions. Remember this. Between subscription and AD, it is many to one relationship. Or AD and subscription, it is one to many relationship. Now, we'll do all this practically. We are going to look at all these things. Manage multiple Azure AD tenants. You can sign up to Azure, Office 365, Microsoft Dynamics, Microsoft Intune. All these are different identity management. All these are different services which needs identity. And for all these products of Microsoft, all these are products of Microsoft, a single Azure AD is sufficient. So if you are already using Office 365, you are actually already having Azure AD directory. Or if you are using Dynamics, guarantee for sure you will have Azure AD. Any one of these services if you are using in your organization, for sure there is an Azure Active Directory existing. And that is the directory which is going to be used for authenticating the users. All their sign-in attempts will be authenticated by the Azure Active Directory. So it is not necessary for Office 365 you should have separate AD. For Azure you should have separate AD. No. A common Azure AD can be used for all of them. That's the beautiful thing about it. Now what does multiple directory support means within the organization? Why would I have multiple Azure Active Directories created? So if I go to now Azure AD, Azure Active Directory, this is the directory I have. And I can have multiple directories actually. And to switch from one directory to another directory, I'll have to use this option. So this is one directory I have. This is another directory I have. I am managing directory of one of my customer. This is not owned by me. I'm not account administrator of this, but I can manage this because I've been given rights to do that. So one of our client, he has a directory here. This somebody made me owner. I don't even know who is that. I'm not able to get rid of it. Microsoft has this bug. If you make me an owner of an Active Directory, it will get listed in my account. But this was created much before that bug was resolved. Now, Microsoft will not make me owner of directory unless I accept it. Earlier, it was not like that in the beginning. You make me owner, immediately I'll become the owner. I don't even get a confirmation that I want to become owner. But now they have resolved it. So this problem is there. We are not able to get rid of it. It's like a permanent thing there sitting without use. Because when I choose this, I have no permission in that account. It's an AD without subscription and I can't do anything in that. See, I'm switching actually. Now I'm using that directory. Complete switch. The resource set here will be different. I cannot create any resource in this directory. Even if I try to, it will say you don't have permissions. Just trying to show you some. Today it may not happen because my account is pretty old. This problem is existing. Let me go back. Irrelevant content. Now I go back to my main directory. So why multiple directory supports are needed? That's very important question. Add a new directory for testing or for other non-production usage. I can have certain applications which are in testing phase. I don't want those applications to be available to all the users of my organization. So yes, I'll create a separate directory and in that directory I'm going to provide access to the resource, access to the test applications. But of course, for production, I may have a separate directory altogether. The applications which are live are accessible to more users, so they might be in different directory altogether. Or for managing data synchronized from another AD forest. Multiple directories can be existing in the forest. Managing all existing Azure directories such as Azure, Office 365, Microsoft Intune by using the same account. If at all multiple directories are used, like for my organization, I have a separate Azure AD created for Office 360, separate AD created for Office 365, Azure AD, and I have a separate Azure AD for my Azure account. I mean, it just happened by mistake. Actually, it is not required. But if I want to manage Office 365 users from Azure portal, I can do that by just creating multiple Active Directories management in portal. Of course, for both of them, I should be a global administrator. I'll show you how to do this practically. Now itself, I'll show you. Add users to new Azure AD from existing directory, such as take users from the production directory and use them in test environment without requiring. Actually, this is the first one only. It's just a repetition. So how to do this? How do I link two different directories and manage at one place? That's what I want to see now. What I want to do is I have two accounts. So let's say in Chrome, I'm logging on to another account. It's a different account managed by dcnsoft@hotmail.com. So there are two account owners. Remember, these are as good as situation where there are two account owners. One account owner is basically account administrator, we can call it. One account admin is, let's say, Sandeep Soni. And there is another account admin, which is Deccansoft. Here I log in with my identity. Here I log in with another identity. So there are two account admins. Now what I want to do now is, I want to manage this Azure directory from my account. That's my requirement. I want this to be managed from here. Precisely that is needed. So how to do that? Subscription amount has ended in that. Okay, let me switch. I may not be able to demonstrate because the account got locked because there is no subscription amount in that. It's going to a wrong directory. Let me go to incognito. Let's try this once. I'm just trying once because that's the safest thing for me. Damn it, this is too much. It's not giving me opportunity to switch. This, I am the owner of this account, dcnsoft.onmicrosoft.com. This is one Azure AD tenant. This is an account created by some other organization where they wanted me to be a consultant on Azure. They had some queries on Azure. So they gave me access to these accounts. So what I did, I came here and for managing them, I changed it to this. Now with changed to this, what happens is, every time it will take me to that account only, next time also when I log in. But now they have removed permission for me in that account. And now Microsoft is toggling. You see, this problem is coming. I'm not interested in to go into that account now, but it is still by default taking me into that account only. So somewhere on server of Microsoft, it is remembering which was my last Azure tenant, active Azure tenant, and it is trying to take me to that account where I do not have permission. Because I do not have permission, it is asking me to log into another identity. And it's automatically happening. I'm doing nothing. All this is drama automatically happening. So what I did now, explicitly I have to navigate to my account. This is the URL. So I paste that and I go there. It takes me there. But the issue now is, I'm still listed. These people only removed my permission, but I am still listed in their account. That has become a problem now. So I cannot switch to this. I'll have to talk to them and ask them to remove myself from their account. Then this I'll get rid of. Anyways, now you see, what I'm going to do is, coming to now our actual demo. There are two accounts I was saying. One account admin is Sandeep Soni. Another account admin is Deccansoft. This is the email ID. Now for the first account admin, the tenant ID is this. For the second one, the tenant ID is this. There are two different tenant IDs. Azure AD tenant ID we call it. Let me show you this thing. dcnsoft.onmicrosoft.com. Sandeep Soni Deccansoft.onmicrosoft.com. So every Azure account is created with one tenant. That's what is this tenant. Now what I want to manage from my ID this account. That's my requirement. So right now Sandeep Soni is not getting Deccansoft listed here, correct? I want Deccansoft to be listed here. So for that, what to do? I now go to the Deccansoft account. This is Chrome, in which I have logged in with Deccansoft account. And I go to Azure AD. Yeah, I just closed the browser and logged in again. It's all fine. Some bug in Microsoft system. That's not our problem. Leave it. So here you see, I am into Deccansoft account. So what I'll do now is, I went to Deccansoft account Active Directory. I go to users. Right, there are two users. I will add now a third user. Now because Sandeep Soni has a different domain, I cannot directly use the option of add user. I can use add user option only if I want to add a user with something @decnsoft@hotmail.onmicrosoft.com. I'll explain it here. Into this directory, I can have users like this. User 1, user 2. Like this we can have. Whereas in this directory, by default, we can have users like user 1 this part. So this users I can simply directly add into the Active Directory. But now what is my requirement? My requirement is this user should be added to this Active Directory. So this is supposed to be a guest user. Remember this point. So I now go to add guest user. Say invite. Now once I'm added here as a guest user, now log in with the account. And here we are now going to have you see Deccansoft Hotmail. Oh. Now what I want to do is Sandeep Soni is there now. I'm back into Deccansoft account. I go to Sandeep Soni account, sandeepsoni@deccansoft.com. See, sandeepsoni@deccansoft.com. I'll go to directory roles and I'll make this fellow as global administrator. Now Sandeep Soni has become global administrator of Deccansoft Active Directory. Sandeep Soni now has become global administrator of Deccansoft Azure AD. So now if I go back to Sandeep Soni account, there I can manage Deccansoft AD exactly the way I would manage now my AD. I have now become not guest, I have now become global admin. Who gave me this global admin right? This user has given me. Being a global admin, under Sandeep Soni account, there will be two identities. Two Azure ADs. This will be there and this also will be there. And in this also, I will be able to create users. I will be able to create users here. I will be able to create users here when I am logged in with this ID. So let's go back to our notes. So what is that we achieved successfully? I demonstrated how we can actually have ownership of another Active Directory. But what is important is, I'm just logging in again. I can have multiple Active Directories. Let me first remove this user once again. I don't want this user to be there. And just to avoid confusion, don't keep the user permanently. I can always go to that user and delete it. It's showing guest because I did not click on OK for global user. Gone. So now if I refresh, full page refresh you have to do. You should not see Deccansoft in the list now because you are no more owner of it. Now, what we can do is, I can myself forget about other Active Directory from outside. Here itself, I can create a new Active Directory. Azure Active Directory. I'm creating a new. Remember, directly you have to click on create a resource, search Azure Active Directory and create a new directory. You have to give a name. So we have now organization name as Sandeep Soni, initial domain name as sandeepsoni.onmicrosoft.com. So here there is a small addition. So what is happening now? The email ID Sandeep Soni when I log in, I am now going to have two directories. I would say this is Azure AD tenant 1 and this now Azure AD tenant 2, which is Sandeep Soni 2.onmicrosoft.com. So two ADs, I am the owner now. What is the benefit? This I can use it for probably production and this I'll use it for my testing. That is a kind of benefit. This is for production and this is for testing. So like that, multiple ADs can be created. Directory is created. Now to switch to that directory, I have to refresh the full page and then it will be listed here. sandeepsoni2.onmicrosoft.com. And in this I can start creating users. So conclusion is here also I just all the things will be there. Azure AD, you can create users. So user 1, demo user @sandeepsoni2.on. See, no invitation needed, nothing, direct. I have logged in with sandeepsoni@deckensoft.com. I switched into a different directory, and that directory I am managing from here. But into this directory, try to add a resource, let's say app service, something randomly I'm doing it. I try to add a app service. Don't worry about all this. See, finish. You're currently signed into Sandeep Soni, which does not have any subscription. So unless there is a subscription assigned to this, we cannot manage this. I mean, we cannot add resources. We can add users, but we cannot add resources into this directory. Very important. So users can be added to this. Now, why are we going to do this then? What I'll do, I'll tell you practically. I'm going to add users here. Like I'll add here demo user 1 @sandeepsoni2.onmicrosoft.com. Like that, multiple users I'll add to this domain. And these users, if needed, we can add here also. Because they are already existing in one AD, we can always add that user to another AD. Now here one very important point you have to understand. That is, though I am not able to access resources in the, I am not able to create resources in that particular subscription, I can still create applications and give permissions to these users. Remember that. Typical point. There are two ways of looking at Azure portal. One is through the portal we are trying to manage these resources. I'm not able to access that for this particular account because there is no subscription. There is no subscription assigned. So resources cannot be created under Sandeep Soni 2. Under this, resources cannot be created. But I can always have applications who can access these users. I mean, the applications can be created, not I would say Office 365 can be added, or maybe my custom application can be added. Towards the end of Azure AD topic, I'm going to teach you that. Those applications can have access to these users. Rather, these users, I can give access to the applications which are part of this tenant. That is the main advantage of it, even without having subscription. I repeat, there is no subscription. And subscription is not needed. Why? I'm only going to create Azure AD applications. And into these applications, I'm going to add users. And these users will be authenticated using this username and password. When we log in, these users will be authenticated by this directory and given access to these applications. So developers can still use this Azure AD, but we cannot we cannot make use of this tenant or this Azure AD account for creating new resources as there is no subscription associated for it. So now, what is the conclusion? One administrator, one Active Directory, one account administrator can have multiple Active Directories. We can either create a new directory or we can use an existing directory. All the subscriptions will be listed. Let's say Visual Studio Enterprise subscription. Here we'll have manage. Click on the manage. It will take you to the management portal, subscription management portal. It's a different portal for managing subscription. Here it is. So there will be an option, transfer subscription. And I can transfer subscription to somebody else. So it's not safe to do that. I have to log in with the new account where I am the owner and I have to transfer it. So subscriptions can be transferred from one account to the other account. I never completed this step. Always I came till here and I stopped. Yeah, the classic portal, it was little easy. You could directly see. But the classic portal is almost dead now. I don't even visit to that. So to add an existing subscription to your Azure AD, perform these steps. This is copied from documentation. Though I stopped here, you can continue and finish it off in case it is real-time requirement. I'm just trying to avoid, because there are a lot of free credits which I get in my subscriptions and I cannot take risk for the mistakes which Microsoft has done. I've already showed you how you can change the directory role of a given user. And if you want to learn about each role, you can go to this link and read there. There are multiple roles. And when we are done, we can always delete a directory. When we don't need the directory, you can just go to the directory and there will be option delete. Go to Azure AD. First you have to switch, and after switching, go to AD and delete directory. Remember, you can delete this directory only under certain condition. You see, I cannot delete directory because there are users in that directory. But now they have given shortcut. This option was not there earlier. I can simply click delete all users. Now back to delete option. All fine. So it will take a couple of minutes and then this will be enabled. We can delete it. Once it is enabled, we can delete. That's it. This will go away. Adding a custom domain to an Azure AD. See, right now when I go to the portal, the domain name what we have is not good enough. Something like user1@sandeepsonydeckensoft.onmicrosoft.com may not be acceptable. We want something more friendly domain name. So that how we can achieve is what we'll have to look at now. So first thing, we'll have to learn how to add a custom domain name. So go to the Active Directory and there is a direct provision for adding a domain name. So you can take some domain name for which you have the ownership, which probably you should have purchased from somebody like GoDaddy or any other registrar. So So here is the option, custom domain names. So I have bestazuretraining.com actually already added here, you see. But how did I add? That's what I can show you. First and most important thing, you are supposed to be the owner of that domain name. Unless you are owner of that domain name, you cannot add it here. I simply cannot add Microsoft.com here. Because I'm owner of this bestazuretraining.com, I could add it. So how does it work? Let's say I go to custom domain name. I provide some name, something like mydemos.com. Imagine, I'm actually not the owner of it, but just giving you the procedure. So now once I have put my domain mydemos.com here, it will ask me to put a text record. And after I put the text record in the registrar, I have to go to the DNS settings of mydemos.com, and there I should add this text record. Now once I add this text record and say verify, Azure will communicate with the DNS server, check if the text record is there, and if it is there, it will make you the owner of that domain. It is as simple as this, and I have precisely done that for bestazuretraining.com. This remains unverified because I'm not having ownership of it. So I cannot actually use this domain name for adding users, but I can use this domain name for adding users. Let me show you that. Now I go to users, say add new users. I can give here maybe user 1, or let's call it as BST user 1, BST user 1 @ bestazuretraining.com. This will be validated. But if I give here mydemos.com, it's going to clearly give the message is not a verified domain in this directory. So once we have a custom domain name, the advantage is we can create users with those custom domain names. And most importantly, this becomes an active email ID also if you connect it with Office 365. Office 365 account. Say user 1 for demo. Rest I'll keep it as it is. I'll need this password. So I will put this in Notepad for later usage. Okay, create. Now enter the name of your custom domain. I gave something else here, but that's okay. Whatever name you have, you give that. In the cloud service portal, a DNS record that is needed to be created in your domain will be provided. You have to go to the domain registrar and create a DNS record. That's the procedure. Generally, this is what you'll have to do. You can also do custom branding. How to do custom branding? Here only. Company branding. It will not be available to me. That feature is available only in the premium edition, rather the standard edition. So I have to upgrade this to standard edition. Then this particular feature will be available where the branding will be done. But branding of what? So when we try to, let us say, log into something like I'll go to now in private mode, and if I say portal.azure.com, it will ask me to log in. This whole page where it is going to ask me to log in can be branded. we can replace this logo and put our logo there. So that is the advantage of branding feature. But it's not free account. You'll have to get a paid account for that. And it's as simple as, once you have a paid account, it's as simple as uploading a logo. That's it. Nothing more than that. So that is this feature. Once you have used a custom domain, when you don't need it, you can always go to that domain and delete it. You can create it, use it, delete it. All the features are there. But of course, the custom domain can be deleted only when all the users in that custom domain are deleted. They have changed custom domain names. Now, second part is pretty simple, right? Straightforward. Because how to add a custom domain name to your Azure AD. Why do we add a custom domain name? We want a friendly name for our users. We don't want on Microsoft.com feature. Once we have a custom domain name, we have already seen we can add users based on either the default tenant ID, based on the default tenant ID name, or we can use the custom domain name for adding users to the Azure AD. So this is important. What are the types of users we can add? We can add new user within the organization where we can make use of the custom domain name or the default tenant ID in the domain name. 2. We can also use existing Microsoft account. Suppose you already have some Hotmail ID. I can add that to the list here. How do I add it? For that, I have to use the option of add guest user. I say add users and I should use the option of add new guest user. And what will happen when we add it as guest user? The guest user is going to get an invitation. Click on invite. Once you do the invite, you can now log in with that ID to Hotmail and check. Basically, the whole idea is we have to create our proper user database who should be given invitation. And once we have a complete database of all the users, then comes giving permissions to the various applications. Understand clearly what we are trying to do? We created AD. First step, we created an Azure AD, Active Directory. Of course, one is automatically created for you by default. But if you want, you can add more ADs, more tenants we call it. Then under Azure AD, what we did? We added custom domain name. Why do we add custom domain name? Very clearly I said, only to get a user-friendly domain name in the user ID for the organization. I don't want everybody to remember sandeepsoni.onmicrosoft.com. Instead, I would now be able to give them ID as something @bestazuretraining.com. 3. Then we are going to add users. Users can be either direct users or users can be guest. Now what is the condition for guest? Every user who is a guest compulsory should already have a Microsoft account. Guest who have Microsoft ID. So you can take any of your ID and make it as Microsoft ID. Even Gmail ID can be converted to a Microsoft ID. Remember that. You have to only register with Microsoft and claim that ownership of that email ID. So once you have these users, you may probably add groups. Then you will add users to groups, or you will do group to user mapping, whatever. For a given user, you will select a group, or in a group you will add users. Now once you do this, now comes the role of application. I'm trying to tell you how the flow is. And applications are going to be configured in such a way that there will be given permissions to users in Azure AD. There will be either allowed or they will be denied. So this is actually the main purpose. Of course, the other purpose we have already seen. We can also provide access to Azure. This can be restricted. How we are going to see that later. But either to the applications which we are developing. Again, there are two types of applications: gallery applications or the line of business applications. The applications which our organization is developing. And will host on Azure or on premise. So this is the whole flow. What I'm trying to teach you is this is the flow. We are still here. Step by step, we'll have to go in the next. Next like that, we'll have to move forward. So welcome to Sandeep Soni directory. I say next. So now this particular user, because he has accepted the invitation, now will be able to log in to my Azure AD. Of course, I have added him to my Azure AD here. Once I refresh this page, automatically his ID will be reflected. Let's do full page refresh. We should have here DEC and SOFT added as a guest user. After this, if you want to go there and make the guest user as global admin, it's your choice. But that's not my requirement right now. I don't want Deckensoft at hotmail.com to maintain this AD. I don't want him to maintain this AD. I just want him to log in into different applications. So keep him as guest only. It is okay. So many users are already there. Now, this is all over. Yes, you can also add groups and users. I can go to Azure AD, all users, add user. Likewise, we also have, close this, groups will be there. Groups. You can add a new group. Oh, I should have selected members. So I've added groups without members. After this, I can add members as the next step. Advantage is what? Later in the application, we can give permission to the group rather than giving permission to user. We can give permission to group. So obviously, if I give permission to the group, automatically all the users are going to enjoy that permission. So that is the advantage. You can simply select here the users. That's it. Simple step. Not only that, you can even add devices. Direct devices can be added to the Azure Active Directory, especially the Windows 10 devices, to Azure AD by themselves using the first run experience or from system settings. First run experience is when you start your operating system for the first time after installation. It will ask you for the steps, provide those steps, and it can get added. Or else you can go to system settings and do it from there. So if what is the advantage? If the user is going to sign in to Windows 10, that's it. The same ID will be used by Azure AD for authenticating that user. It will not ask you for the username and password once again. They can experience a single sign-on feature effect. There is something called as access panel, which I have to explain you, a very beautiful feature actually, which I have to explain to you. In Azure AD, you need to enable the option. First, you have to go to groups, and all this you'll have to do manually. I'm not demonstrating this step, but these are the steps you'll have to do. In Azure AD, you have to allow users who are using devices. You may want to register the devices. This too, you have to enable it. And then in Windows 10 operating system, you'll have to follow these steps. I'm leaving this. I'm skipping this demo. Please do it in case you have a Windows 10 ID already used. Generally, we do this for an organization. When I'm using an organization laptop, I'm always going to log in into the organization laptop with some ID. And that I want to directly use for logging into my Azure AD. So that time, this is the most preferred option. Big advantage of this is what? This one. After a device is registered in Azure AD, you can control its usage. That's the beautiful aspect of it. For example, if you determine that the device has been lost or compromised, you can delete or disable its Azure AD object from the portal. You can do this using Microsoft Intune. Suppose Microsoft Intune is managing the device, you can, Microsoft Intune is a wonderful feature where from one location you can manage multiple devices of a user. So that benefit we are going to get if you enable this feature. So devices can be added. Third thing, users can be added, groups can be added, and devices can be added. Now something very, very important. How to configure security role based. But this is changing the route actually. I'll do this but little later. But first I'm trying to show this to you people. So now I am the owner of this particular account. I also added users. Now to these users, I would like to give access to create different resources in my Azure subscription. See, I cannot always go and create resources. Let us say in my development, people want to create one new app service. I don't want them to come to me and then I create an app service for them. So I would probably have one person whom I am going to authorize for creation of the app service. So how does this work now? So what I'll do now is, I'll go to, let us say, Azure Active Directory. No, not even Azure Active Directory. What kind of permission I want to give? First, I have to decide that. Now, I can give permission to the complete subscription. I can give permission to a resource group in a permission, or I can give only for a given resource some kind of permission. So what I am trying to do now is, let us say I'll give it at the permission, give permission at the subscription level. So I go to all services, subscriptions. Once I am in subscription, I have to choose which subscription. Let's say Visual Studio Enterprise subscription. And here we have access control. Go to access control. Now choose the user to whom you want to give permission. So first click on add user. What kind of permission? There are different roles which are predefined. Right now these are different predefined roles. There is a provision to even create custom roles if needed. How to create custom roles and all, I'll show you later. But right now I want to make that reader as contributor. The role contributor will be allowed to manage the complete resource except other users. Contributor cannot manage users, but he would be able to manage everything else. Assign access to. Right now we are giving access to Azure AD user, but you can also give access to a particular virtual machine or app service or function or a scale set. But right now we are not giving access to these resources. We are giving access to the user. So here we have to select the username. Let's say DECNSOFT. Select. It's added. Just say save. So here we got Deckensoft also now, who is a user and is a contributor. Now because Deckensoft is a contributor, how does things look for Deckensoft? So let me now log in into the portal. Deckensoft user was given permission at the subscription level. So see here @Deckensoft Hotmail. Now the first thing we will have to do is, because I don't want Deckensoft account to be managed here, I want to create a resource under Sandeep Soni account. So I switch to first Sandeep Soni. After I switch to Sandeep Soni, you see here @Sandeep Soni Deckensoft.onmicrosoft.com. After I switch to Sandeep Soni, I should now be able to, because I am the subscription owner, I can contribute to the subscription in any way. I can create new resources here. I can create now an app service. It will not stop me from creating an app service now. Select app service and say create. I can choose an existing resource group also. It will take a while, and once the app service is created, I can now go to Sandeep Soni account. This is Sandeep Soni account. Remember, I am switching. This is Sandeep Soni account. Now, once I am in Sandeep Soni account, you can actually note from here. I can look at the app service and I will see that app service here. So let me revise once again what I did. I created the user and added to my Active Directory. Which user I have added? I have added the user, let us say decnsoft@hotmail.com. When I added this user as a guest, he got invitation. Once he gets invitation, he will be having ability to use my Active Directory. But does it have any permission to Azure resources? No. This user still does not have any permission on Azure resources. So when I want to allow this user to access Azure resources, I have to make him contributor for the subscription, or I can also make him as reader, and likewise under subscription comes resource group, under resource group comes resources. So sometimes what happens is we have given permission at the subscription level. Once you give permission at the subscription level, automatically all the resource groups and resources will have permission. But not necessary we should give it at the subscription level. We may add the user at the next level, that is only for a given resource group. Remember, one subscription can have multiple resource groups, and these resource groups can have multiple resources. So just a hierarchy is maintained for permission. So under resource group, we will again have a similar option. I go to a particular resource group, and in this resource group also we will see access control. Rather, this property access control will be there in every property window. In every property slide of resource group or resource also it will be there. So I can see these are all inherited. All these are inherited. I can't do anything with these inherited ones. If I want to remove permissions from these users, I have to go to their parent, and from there I have to remove. From here I cannot remove. But advantage is those which are not inherited. For example, some other user is there who is not inherited here. That user I would like to add permission. Just go to add, and here again choose permission. Basically a role. Remember, so many roles are there. These are general ones. These are service specific ones. Billing reader, backup reader. These are all service specific roles. So once you have all these, you can select any role. Let's say read only role. And I can give here the username. user1@bestazuretraining.com. So when somebody logs in with user1@bestazuretraining.com, they can only manage resources which are under this resource group. Remember, they cannot manage resources above the resource group. That means in any other resource group, they cannot do anything. Rather, they will see only this resource group. They will not even see other resources or their resource groups. They will not be visible to them. So this is what precisely is role-based access control. Enables fine-grained access management for the resources that exist in Azure. The service allows organization to set up access to Azure resources based on permissions and privilege that can be granted to users, groups, and other applications also, which we haven't covered yet. sometimes we can give access to the applications. Let us say I want to write a .NET application, and through the .NET application I would like to create a app service. Programmatically I would like to create an app service. So I should have permission for that application, and hence we have to do all that same configuration. Rather than giving permission to user, you will have to give permission to the app. See, something is already there here. Majorly, these are the commonly used roles, but I showed you there is a bigger list through which you can choose any one of the roles for giving access, such as creating SQL Server database. Like that, restricted access can be given. I've already demonstrated all this to you. Integrating on-premises AD with Azure AD. I mean, the identities which are there in on-premises, I would like to integrate them into Azure AD. It's a long demo. So first what I need is a virtual machine for doing all this. So let me first start with creating a virtual machine, and as the virtual machine is getting created, I'll come back and explain you the concept. So I need to create a virtual machine. Let's say my domain controller. I'm going to make this as the domain controller actually, or BAT, Best Azure Training Domain Controller. I'll leave all these default settings as it is. I don't want to put diagnostics also. Just say OK. All the summary we can read here. Click on create. It is now going to create a virtual machine. Now, as the virtual machine is getting created, let's understand what is this. See, the situation is we have an Azure AD within our organization. Now, because I don't have that organization set up, I'm going to create in cloud only this kind of setup. So let us say one of these machines, I have called it as domain controller, on which I am going to have Windows Server Active Directory. And that Windows Server Active Directory, I want to sync it with my Azure Active Directory. And for that we are going to make use of a tool called as AD Connect. AD Connect is the software using which we can sync these two things. Now what is the advantage of syncing? The advantage is if the users within the organization log on to this Azure AD, they can access all the applications of this organization, and they can also access applications of cloud as well as the third-party applications who are authenticating with Azure AD. So all the applications within the premise, within the cloud, and also the third-party applications can make use of a single identity of the user. So we want to take the benefit of single sign-on feature. Suppose this user are different and this user are different. When the organization user goes here, he will have to provide different credentials. We don't want that. We want him to use the same credential for accessing the applications in Azure as well as the third party application. Everything should be accessible with single ID. That is actually the target. That is the purpose of doing this particular exercise. So integrate your on-premise directories with Azure AD. This allows you to provide common identities for users of Office 365, Azure and SaaS applications integrated with Azure AD. Integrating on-premise directories with Azure AD makes user more productive. Why more productive? Because they don't have to remember different username and password for local Active Directory and the Azure Active Directory. The beauty of this approach is that anytime your organization adds or deletes a user or user changes password, you use the same process that you use today in your on-premise environment. That means any kind of password change here will automatically reflect here. Yeah, that is the way Connect is going to connect both of them. AD Connect is going to do that actually for us. So Azure Active Directory Connect is made up of three primary components: synchronization, federation and health monitoring. I can only demonstrate synchronization because the other features are not supported in the basic version. You need a really expensive premium version for federation and health monitoring. And there are two types of synchronization again. One is called as express setting. The other is custom setting. I am demonstrating express setting, but in case you want, you can always read little more about it through custom settings. So my demo starts here actually. I created a new virtual machine which I want to create as a domain controller and DNS server. Both I want to use that. Change the private IP to static. That's the first requirement. I have to wait for this virtual machine to get created. Rather, before that, we can go to the IP address which was given to the virtual machine, and I'll convert this IP to static. If it is dynamic, change it to static. Domain controllers should have static IP. That is the whole idea. Save it. Maybe here, if you want some name also, you can give to this domain controller. It's your choice. DNS name. Now, you will need this IP later. So let us record it because we are going to use this machine DNS server. I'll need this IP. Somewhere I'll save it for the time being. Now let's get into the virtual machine and promote that virtual machine as a domain controller. I'm demonstrating these steps assuming that most of you do not know anything about Windows networking. You're actually not going to do this in your organization. This setup is expected to be already there. Your organization already has a domain controller, already has an Active Directory, and you are already using that Active Directory for accessing your resources within the organization. After that, actually Azure steps start. But I'm teaching you this assuming that you may not have done something like this in the past. So it's pure networking. It has nothing to do with Azure. The Windows will load and do some initialization. In the meantime, quickly, we'll have to now go back to the virtual network and we'll have an option of setting the DNS server. will change the DNS server. By default, the default DNS server of Azure is going to be used. We want to change that to our DNS server now, what we have created. So as the virtual machine is initializing, we'll go back to the portal. We go to the virtual network which is created for our virtual machine. Automatically that virtual network is created. Remember that. And here we have DNS server. It is by default Azure provided DNS server. That I have to change it now to use custom DNS server. I have to tell Azure, hello Azure, please do not use your own DNS server. Any kind of DNS query, please send it to this machine. Of course, this machine is not yet a DNS server, but we want it to eventually become a DNS server. That's the target. So that's what is this step. Now we have to promote the virtual machine to become a domain controller. Go to add roles and features. You have to wait a while. Yeah, now it's ready. Add roles and features. Next. Next. Here you have to choose the option Active Directory Domain Service. And DNS server. No static IP were found, the IP address changes. That's okay. Some warning, just ignore it. But actually I have already given static IP. Maybe I did not save that after giving. I don't remember. But doesn't matter, I'm not going to restart. So as long as I do not restart, the whole setup will work fine. And just say next, next, and install. It will restart your machine once it is all set up. So we'll have to wait for all this. So this is done. Once this is done, close it, and here you'll have the option notification. Promote this server as a domain controller. So we are going to make this machine as a domain controller now, for which I should provide a new forest. Add a new forest, and we have to give some domain name. Ideally, we should give the same domain name for which we are the owner. Within our organization, we'll always create users based on that only. But because you may not have this feature, I'm skipping and I'll say my demo org dot local. So users will be what? User1 @ mydemoorg.local, user2 @ mydemoorg.local. Like that users will be created. We'll do that. This is not the right step. In productions you will not do this. In production you are going to use the domain name for which you have already verified custom domain name in Azure. Give some password. Just use the default options. I don't want to go into details of these options. NetBIOS is used if somebody trying to connect from legacy systems. Then only NetBIOS is used. And finally, some warnings will come. You can just ignore it and say finish. Install. So click on install. And it's going to take some time. And of course, it will also ask for restart of your machine. We should have put a check mark, so automatically it would have restarted. But it will now restart the machine. Once all the task of promoting as a domain controller is done, restarting of machine would happen. Now what I would also like to show you is I can have one more virtual machine which can join the same network. So for this I have to create another virtual machine in the same virtual network. So I go to virtual machine, add, same, I'll take Windows Server only. You can take Windows 10 also, actually doesn't matter, any machine which has to join the network. VM demo something. All same routine steps. Yeah, let's in the meantime go back now and check if that virtual machine has started. Where is that gone? No, actually it is restarted. Actually we have to connect again. It's already restarted. So we'll have to connect to this again. Let's connect. Because it restarted, my RDP session expired. Administrative tools. DNS. Forwarders. And just remove this because this is not there. Basically we should connect this DNS to another DNS which is in turn connected to internet. I'm not doing that. Now this is fine. Let's go to the other virtual machine now. Demo VM. I'm actually clubbing two demos. One, I'm showing you how a private network can be created in cloud. Like an on-premise setup, how can we do all this in cloud? Server manager has to be loaded. Local server. Here by default it is work group. Change that and say to rename this computer or change its domain, use this option. Now we have to give the domain name. mydemo.org.local. Click on OK. It will now try to contact the domain controller. Remember, this step will not work if the DNS IP was not given in. Something has gone wrong. mydemo.org.local. I believe that's what I gave. Let me reconfirm it. mydemo.org.local. Good enough. Now what is the IP of this machine? It is 10.0.0.4. We need basically a private IP. We don't need a public IP. By mistake I gave public IP. That was my mistake. So I go to portal again, and in portal virtual network, and here DNS server. This should not be. This is what I have to use. Sorry. So it was my mistake. And also we should have done virtual machine domain controller networking here we have public and private. Network interface, IP configuration, you have to change private IP to static. That's why we got the error there. Remember, it was private IP which was used and we got that warning. It was because of this. That's fine. Now I have set up. So how did I come here? I selected a virtual machine, networking. Here I have to choose the network interface card, IP configuration, select the IP configuration, and there it will show public and private IP both. Private IP should be static. because it is internal network now we are talking about. In internal network, it's all private IP. We don't use public IP. So I'm not sure now it will work, but we can give a try. Otherwise, we have to restart both the machines. I'll have to restart so that it takes the latest configuration, latest DNS server from the networking properties. It's not working. We'll have to restart this machine. Let me quickly restart this machine. I'll do it. Okay, let's do it from here only. When you restart this machine, automatically it will pick up the latest settings. So should be the case of even this. So I'm restarting my domain controller and I'm restarting my client so that they can take the latest configuration settings of the virtual network, the DNS entry actually. Because when I say my demo org.local, where is this my demo org.local? It has to be mapped to some IP, right? That will be done through the DNS server. So DNS server configuration in virtual network is very, very, very important. Compulsory, you have to take care of it. The domain controller IP address should be given as the DNS IP in virtual networks. All good now. Now it's time to restart. The second one only we'll talk about, let us say, for a while. It will take time, I know that, in background. So generally what people do in on-premise, I am teaching you how to do that in Azure. Instead of physical machines which are used in on-premise, we have virtual machines created in Azure infrastructure. That is the only difference. So we are basically simulating on-premise environment in Azure. Not simulating, we are creating. It is not even a simulation, it's a creation, proper creation. Actually it might take some time because, okay, see, now it is asking the administrator login. What is this admin? This admin is the domain controller admin, remember that. So what should I do here? My demo org dot local slash DSS admin. Actually not required. Not required because we already have domain name mentioned here. My demo org.local. So under that domain, this name will be verified with this password. And on completion, finish. This machine is also part of the same domain controller. You should restart it. Fantastic. So what did we conclude here? These are the steps required for creating a local network. I mean, a virtual network with infrastructure as in on-premise, where we can have multiple machines. Every machine will log in. Now what I can do? I can go to the domain controller, and in domain controller I can create users because we have Active Directory there. Windows administrative tools. And here we have add directory users and computers. So here users, right click, add a user. Maybe let's call it as demo user. One. So my demo org/demo user 1 or demo user 1 @ my demo org.local. That's how the ID will be created. Password never expires. Like that, you may create multiple users if you want. Demo user 2. Password doesn't expire. Now what is the advantage like this? Yes, you can also create groups. Add users to groups. Complete Active Directory of your organization. The way you manage everything, precisely like that you will manage here everything. Now can this ID be used by the user to connect onto the second machine? Yes, you can do that. Because it is already joined a domain controller, I can use any machine and connect. But does the user have permission to remote desktop or not is the question actually. I mean, no, the user does not have permission. We'll have to give that permission. Let us not get into those details. Remote login permissions have to be given to that particular user. Then he can get into this system. So this is how we have successfully completed a network which has domain controller, Active Directory, DNS, and we are able to even join other machines within the same network as a part of that domain controller. Yeah, if you want, you can create a forest which can have one more domain controller which will have a different domain name. It's your choice how you want to proceed from here. But this is one part of it. Now that we have a domain controller and we are also able to join a virtual machine to a domain, let us see actually the main step. How to make use of the AD Connect for synchronizing the Active Directory users and groups into Azure AD, on-premise to Azure AD. That is the requirement now. So what we'll have to do is go back to the controller machine, the primary machine. First do this step. You'll have server manager, go to local server and change here I enhanced security configuration, change it to off, otherwise it will give you a lot of trouble when you are browsing from this machine. Now go here and search for AD Connect. You have to search for AD Connect in Google. Remember, every virtual machine by default has internet connectivity. Through virtual machine you can access internet. Not going to work because the DNS is not forwarding it. So we have to go to DNS. It's not opening from there. So basically I have forwarded. The DNS entries I have forwarded to Google server. 8.8.8.8 is Google DNS server. So now I go to browser. Search here Azure AD Connect download. This I am doing on the domain controller machine. That is very, very important. So it's installing AD Connect now. It will just take just a minute, that's it. Less than that actually. Now this is AD Connect. It has automatically launched. You can go to I agree, that's no choice. Continue. My demo org is not a routable domain. Some configuration problem because I told you this is not a domain which is verified. Now you have choice of either using express settings or using custom settings. Now just to keep it simple first, I would like to use express setting. Maybe later when you are done you can come back and click on customize and you can do customization of all these things. As you put check mark here, you can do some kind of customization. So anyhow we want to go back and use express setting. Now, the most important thing, we'll need an account with Azure AD Global Administrator credentials. So now I have to go back to Azure portal and see if there is an account which is Global Administrator. And that too we want with on Microsoft.com ID only. I cannot make use of the user which has the verified domain name in the ID. That account will not be useful. So I have one user here, global admin, but that is best Azure training, and I'm telling you this ID cannot be used. That's the most important thing. We'll compulsory need a user which has Sandeep Soni Dekensoft.onmicrosoft.com. That is precisely the requirement now. And I don't have any. I'll have to create. Yeah, rather, this is there, right? Admin @Sandeep Soni Dekensoft. Yeah. But I don't remember the password of this user. Reset the password. Copy. Now, how is this actually global admin? You should know that user which is created under directory role should have global admin. That is important. This should be a global administrator of this Azure Active Directory. Compulsory. Now, one more problem is there now. When this user logs in for the first time, let's go to any website, or let's use incognito. It will ask me to change the password because I've changed the password. That's a policy actually. Once the admin has changed the password, see, no, this will not be allowed. There are a lot of policies. I doubt even what I'm giving now will be taken. We have seen that password too many times. See, these are all built-in features which don't have to implement as as a developer. So you have logged in. Once you have to log in, after you reset the password or create the user in Azure Active Directory, you'll have to log in once and you can close it. We don't need this. I changed it to Sandeep@123 actually. Now I take this identity and I use it in my AD Connect. Click on next. This is very important step. Verified. Now we have to give credential of the local Azure Active Directory administrator, and that also in the format my demo org dot local /dss admin. Username format is incorrect. Okay, so @ this, even this should be fine. And the password. Next. User will not be able to sign in Azure AD using their on-premise credentials. Why? Because this is not a verified domain. That is the problem actually. Sync will happen, everything will succeed, but user will not be able to use it because this domain is not verified. I told you in the beginning, in production, whatever domain name you have ownership, that domain name you should have added as a custom domain in portal for your Azure AD, and the same domain name is supposed to be used here. Click on next and install. It will take a while, maybe 5 minutes or so, and on completion what we will notice is the users which I created, demo user 1, demo user 2, and some group I created in local Azure AD here, those users will be reflected in my Azure AD. From the local AD, Windows AD, it will sync into Azure AD. That's the outcome of this particular demo. So we will have to go and watch now in my Azure AD the list of users. Right now we have so many. On completion of this activity here, I will do a refresh there. So let's wait for a while for this to complete. So it's done. The configuration is complete. Blah 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 blah. Go back to the Azure portal, refresh the login, refresh the page, and we should have your demo user. And we should have your demo user. No? Okay, do a full page refresh. Compulsory, we should have the demo user there. Azure AD users and demo user. But you see, demo user @ it has become. It has automatically changed because that my domain org, my demo org is .local. That is not verified. If my verified domain was used, then this problem will not come. Then automatically the users will sync. Like in last class I gave best Azure training. It automatically synced. No, sorry. No, even this was not the case. Because it will give here Windows Server AD. Clearly source it will give here. So this is how AD Connect is able to synchronize whatever users are created in on-premise AD with Azure AD. I mean, just for your reference, I go to demo user who was created in Azure AD and try to reset the password, and it will not allow me. No, sorry, it's allowing. For this to work, we have to actually do a federation. But maybe because I don't have the same domain name, it's allowing that. Because though we have synced it, even if you change the password here, it may not change the password of the Azure AD. Windows AD. Because of this desynchronization of the domain names between Windows AD and Azure AD. So all these steps you'll have to perform, and most important thing, once you are done, you would want to delete all that synchronization, because I'm not going to keep these resources. All these resources which I created now, the virtual machine, the users which are created. I want to delete them because I don't want to. Otherwise, every day it will try to sync and it will give you a email saying that the sync has failure, health of your AD sync is not stable, and so on. Azure AD Connect. Seamless sign on has been enabled. And unfortunately, there is no provision here to disconnect. See, there are two things here: pass-through authentication, federation. All these things we'll have to discuss more. Right now, only seamless single sign-on is enabled. So suppose if you delete your virtual machine and all the resources, how to disconnect both of them? Go to PowerShell and execute this command. That's it. Specify credentials for Azure AD Connect. It will disable it. Create a Azure AD global admin. That is important. Again, the global administrator account should be provided here. Let me execute. Go to PowerShell. You have to log in. And now execute the command. Here you have to give this account which we have created. Oh, best Azure. It should be Sandeep Soni on. Sandeep Soni. No. Let me try. Continue with this operation. Say yes. Supply values for the following parameters. something is going wrong, and I know the reason is the ID only. I'm not having the proper ID. Users, admin. Admin at the rate. Why didn't save this? I remember saving it. Sorry. Admin at the rate so and so. Something went wrong. I don't remember what is that. Let's anyhow see if the AD connect is disconnected. No. No, it's still not disconnected. But this command works. Just execute them with proper password. I don't know what. Actually, I remember that as the password which I gave. But the name which I saved in Notepad, I don't know what mistake I have done. But it works. For sure it works. Please try later. Just set the right password for the user and then use that. It's giving me invalid credentials. Bad username or password it's giving me. Sandeep Soni Technsoft.onmicrosoft.com. Let's try once again. No. Yeah, it's just matter of giving the correct credentials and this query will execute. Once the commands will execute. Once those commands are executed, your AD will disconnect. AD connect will disconnect the Active Directory and the Azure Active Directory and Windows Active. Disconnection will happen. That's all. That's all for today. So in the last session, we have seen how we can make use of Azure AD Connect and synchronize all Active Directory users of on-premise into Azure Active Directory. Now, what actually is the purpose of doing that? Why should I have the users of on-premise Windows Active Directory in Azure AD? Obviously, single sign-on. We want to use the same identity for authenticating users in on-premise environment and for authenticating users in Azure applications which are installed in Azure, and also authenticating users in third-party applications which have integrated themselves with Azure Active Directory. So basically, single sign-on feature is what we want to implement here. So for that, there are multiple options in single sign-on. We have got password synchronization with single sign-on. Now in password synchronization with single sign-on, what happens is, whatever Active Directory accounts are here, they are going to be synchronized with Azure also, along with the password. The password which is here will be stored in hash format over here. So user will have the option of signing into the on-premise or signing it into the cloud also. That will have the user will have the option. Of course, if suppose password write back is enabled, password write back is enabled, for which you'll have to use custom installation of AD Connect. We have used Express installation. But if suppose you go for custom installation and enable password write back, if the user changes the password here, the password will write back to the on-premise AD. Through the AD Connect software, it will take care of updating the password here also. By default, it does not. Remember this. So yes, there is something called as password synchronization using SSO. Second option we have is pass-through authentication. Now in pass-through authentication, the user is always going to sign in to Azure AD, but Azure AD does not have any password stored here. For password, it will securely connect to the on-premise Active Directory. So I submit my credentials here. This will use AD Connect to connect to the on-premise, and on-premise will verify the username and password. That means there is no password saved here at all. So there cannot be any security breaches. Here also there cannot be any security breaches because password will be stored in the hash format. It is stored, let us say, in encrypted form here. Here password is not stored at all. And third option is federated SSO. In federated SSO, a user can sign in with Azure Active Directory or with Windows on-premise Active Directory. We have the option. So I, as a user, through intranet would sign into this or to sign into this, and if I am already within the organization, I can again sign into this or sign into this. My federation will take care of communication between the on-premise and the Azure Active Directory. But remember, for federation account, for the federation SSO, you will need a premium AD account, one requirement, and second is you have to install an additional service between the Azure AD and the on-premise, that is web application proxy. This additional service has to be enabled. Rather, it's part of Active Directory only, but you have to enable web application proxy. Web application proxy is enabled for authenticating users in on-premise applications as well as Azure applications when there is a federated SSO. Federation has to be established between these two. Rather, if a user is already logged in, imagine a user is already logged in within the organization. Let's say this fellow is already logged in within the intranet organization. He doesn't even need to log into Azure AD. Rather, if his device is already logged in into on-premise, he doesn't even need to provide the password also. If he is logged in into the corporate network, he will automatically get logged in into the Azure AD as well. But of course, a user from extranet, outside intranet, will have to log in through the web application proxy. So I repeat once again, this is little different from the other two cases. So we have extranet user and intranet user. Intranet user is the organization user using organization network, has already logged in into the organization. Hence, that same credential is going to be used by the on-premise AD as well as the Azure AD. The on-premise user, the intranet user, is not even going to be asked for entering the password. Not even for the first time, because he is already logged in into the corporate network. Extranet user, that means user who is trying to log on to the intranet from internet. A user trying to log on to intranet from internet is extranet user. So when extranet user has to access, he can log into Azure AD like any other user and use those credentials for accessing the applications in Azure. But at the same time, the same credentials can also be used by this user for accessing on-premise application. For that, we will have to use a web application proxy. That setup has to be established. And of course, we will also create a federation trust between the on-premise and the Azure AD. So in a very large organization, this kind of setup is more common, but in routine, this kind of setup is more common. So let us see all the three, but little notes before that. Single sign-on means being able to access all applications that you need to do business by signing in once, only once. We sign in only once and we use the same account for accessing all the applications. all the applications you need without being required to authenticate again and again. Azure AD enables easy integration to many of today's popular SaaS applications. Now, what are these SaaS applications? Skype is a SaaS application. Skype for Business is a SaaS application. MSN is a SaaS application. Hotmail, Office 365 account. So these are all SaaS applications in context of Microsoft. So like that, Facebook is also a SaaS application, we can say. So a lot of SaaS applications are there which can be simply enabled with Azure Active Directory, and those applications we can simply log in by using the same AD account. Now what an organization does is, what I have seen commonly is, every organization wants to provide to its users a set of applications which they can make use of. An organization for all their employees would like to provide a set of applications which they should make use of. All these applications they will make available to the users through Azure AD Access Panel. I'm going to demonstrate this thing to you. What is Azure AD Access Panel? We will have to learn. But there is something called as Azure AD Access Panel, through which all the organization users will have access to the various applications which the organization has enabled for their employees. Connecting to an application to Azure AD typically consists of three steps. Yes, setting up the single sign-on. You have to set up the single sign-on. After you set up the single sign-on, you have to provision the user accounts in the application. That means which user account is allowed, which user is not allowed. Assign users to the application in the Azure Active Directory. And finally, deploy single sign-on to end user. These 4 steps we have to perform now. I'll show you. As I told you, you may have application proxy, you may have conditional access, and there can be self-service application access. Users to manage and request for access to application. I'm an outsider. So right now I may not have permission to the application. Now when I do not have permission to the application, I can request for a permission. And somebody who is the approver will then get a mail saying that this particular request has come. Do you want to approve or reject? So that is self-service application access. Conditional access, decide when it is appropriate to prompt user for multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor is like, once you provide username and password, you need to additionally also provide email verification or SMS verification. That's what is multi-factor authentication. I already told you about application proxy. On-premise application that needs to be published to the cloud, Azure AD uses application proxy. I repeat, for extranet users who have logged in into Azure AD, if you want to access on-premise applications, you need to set up Azure application proxy, Azure AD application proxy. AD supports 3 different ways to sign in to the application: federated sign-in, password-based sign-in, or there is something also called as existing single signed-on or linked sign-on. Now what is this federated? Between organized. It enables applications to redirect to Azure AD for user authentication instead of prompting for its own password. I think this is better I demonstrate this feature and then I come back and explain this to you. So let us go here now. We'll get into Azure. First, verify that you are in the correct directory. Yes, I am in Sandeep Soni Deccansoft.onmicrosoft.com, which is good enough for me. Now what I'll do is go to Azure Active Directory. Here we have got enterprise applications. We want to basically add here an application which users can use by using their credentials in Azure AD. So now we need to add applications here. So let's go to new application. Search for some application, let's say Facebook. Facebook app. And here you see Facebook supports password based sign on. That's what is the support by Facebook. Federation and password. Federated SSO will allow users to allow apps using their organizational account hosted in the identity provider. Password based administrator to securely store password in cloud and assign those passwords to the users or groups. I'll explain you. Click on add. So now it will be added to my list of applications. Once this step is completed, you see I'm already navigated to Facebook. So this is the properties of Facebook. Quick start. I'll close this and again come back to this. Close, close, close. Refresh here. We should have here Facebook. There's no refresh icon, so I just changed and I came back. Now go to Facebook. Now here are the various options, or you can simply go to quick start and do everything from here. Learn about steps and concept required to integrate Facebook app with Azure AD. It is recommended you do that later. Assign a user for testing. I have to assign a user. Now how to assign a user? Actually I can click here and assign, but quick start will help me to navigate there. I can add a user for testing. Groups are not available. Why are groups not available? Because I am using free edition. Groups are available in basic edition and premium edition. Select the user. I'll need some user, so I'll assign myself right now. Click on assign. So this step is completed. Configure single sign-on. Password. Single sign-on mode. So here we have only one option will be available, I believe. So single sign-on is disabled, which I am changing now to password based sign-on. There is also, remember, linked sign-on, which I'll discuss later, but right now I'm using password based sign-on. The URL where the user is going to enter username and password. Actually, if I save this, this is going to automatically populate as www.facebook.com. Anyhow, it is disabled, you cannot do anything. But Facebook is providing login page to which we will be redirected to when we want to log in. So this is done. We have configured single sign-on. Same thing I can do from here. Now we have to set up conditional access. Of course, this will not work. Conditional access is basically the multi-factor authentication I told you earlier. but that will not work because I don't have the premium account. But if that is there, you have to simply enable it. Configure self-service. People can request for access. So it will take me to user management, properties. Allow users to request access to this application. So right now users cannot even request access if they don't have permission. But if you want to allow users to request access, enable this. To which group should the user be added to? We can choose some group which probably we created last week. Let's say demo group something. So new users will automatically belong to this group. Now should the new user require approval? Requires approval before granting access. By default, no. That means if they request, they will get access. But I don't want to give that. I want approval. Allow approvers to set users' password for their application. I mean, you have a choice. No, I don't want to set the password. Who is allowed to approve? Basically, the list of approvers you'll have to provide now. I'm again putting myself as the approver. Now save it. Deploy single sign-on users and groups. Now here you can add more users. All the users who have permissions you can add here from the list. Assign. So users are now assigned here. Now here there is one very important feature. I select a particular user and I say update credentials. Now what is this update credentials? This action will allow user Sandeep Soni to authenticate to the application from within the access panel. Now what is going to happen is Facebook is going to get listed on the access panel of the application. So when I use Facebook from my login, automatically it will get me into Facebook with this login. I have an account, some ID which I generally don't use, but let's say something is there. Now click on save. So basically what is going to happen is on the access panel we will have Facebook listed. Once I click on access panel, how do I get access panel? To access access panel, I'll use my ID, which is my email ID. Now once I'm in, I will see their Facebook. Now if I double click on Facebook, that means I want to go to Facebook. What will happen? It will take me to Facebook. It will navigate to Facebook. Which is the login page, and it will automatically log in using the account hotmail.com. This is the, so advantage is what? Let's say in Deckensoft I am managing Facebook account. There might be 2 or 3 more marketing people who should be managing Facebook account, and I don't want to share this account username and password with these people who are managing my Facebook account of the organization. I repeat, people will log in into organization network using their ID. So let us say I log in with Sandeep Soni, or maybe I would log in with abc@deckensoft.com, or I would log in with xyz@deckensoft.com. Now requirement is all these people are moderators of Facebook. So everybody will have in their access panel Facebook icon. So when we click on this Facebook icon, we will navigate to Facebook, but we will not be using our own credentials. Instead, we will be using organization credentials. Why? Because organization credentials are already provided for those accounts. Like I'm doing it for Sandeep Soni, update credentials. Like that, the admin is going to do for these people also, update credentials. So this is the major advantage of upgraded credential feature. So we are done. All the features completed, all the options completed, and mind you, this is only shortcut for visiting each one of them. Otherwise, they are all here. You have users and groups, single sign-on, provisioning of users, enabling self-service. All the features are over here. Of course, conditional access. You can see. Password will be selected. Password based sign-on. Provisioning. Remember Facebook I said. Use the tools and administrator interface provided by Facebook app to provision and deprovision user accounts stored in Facebook app. Okay, there's no option here. Self-service I showed you. All this we configured. These are all not supported. Users who have signed in into this particular application, those will be listed here. Right now we don't have any sign-ins, and so on. Now let me add one more application actually. I will add enterprise, new application. We will add something like Microsoft account, Microsoft Live account, Windows Live account. I'll leave everything as it is. Live.com. Same story. We can assign users. Assign. So I have not assigned myself here. So will I be able to log into this application? Actually it depends. But before that, let's finish this. I'll show you how to restrict login. Single sign-on mode. Password based. You see, we do not have the option of federated single sign-on. Federated single sign-on will not be there for all applications. It may not be supported by all the applications. Dropbox kind of thing will have. If you have a corporate Dropbox, there you can have federated single sign-on feature. I'm not talking about individual Dropbox, corporate Dropbox, paid account. Set up conditional access. Anyhow, that's not supported. Configure self-service, not required. Now, after this, you can actually go to properties, and here you'll have one extra, visible to users. There should be one more option actually. User assignment required. It takes a while generally. Let's wait actually. It should come here. It's not coming. Okay. So there should be some global option. Users. User settings. Okay, actually there should be an option here called as user assignment required. When that option is put check mark, right, only those users who are assigned here will be able to log in. All users will not be able to log in. So that option is not coming there. Maybe it is not supported for all the applications. I'll have to check up. But anyhow, first let us finish this demo. So I have two now, Facebook and Microsoft Windows account. And I will add myself here also. But for Microsoft Windows account, I will not update credentials. Perfect. So what I have done, I logged in into my Azure AD. I've gone to enterprise application, added two enterprise applications, Facebook and Microsoft Windows account. Microsoft account, which is Windows Live account. These two are now going to become available in the access panel. So now I go to in private mode. And here my apps, that's the URL, .microsoft.com. We log in. So all the applications which are accessible to me are going to be listed here. Looks like there is a problem with my account because my account is both organizational account as well as business account. Let me just give a try here. If not, I'll have to repeat the exercise by creating a new account. If it works, fine. Yep, there is a problem. Yeah. So what I have to do now? I go to Active Directory. I'll create one new user. Let's say Joseph John. jj@Sandeep Sony Deckensoft dot on Microsoft.com. All fine. I have to remember his password. Create. I actually will not even assign applications to that user. Now I go to myapps.microsoft.com, login. I'm logging in for the first time, so it will ask me to change the password. And we will be on the access panel. So we don't have on the access panel the applications Facebook. See, I'm able to request for a Facebook because I'm not given access in Facebook. I'm able to request for it. That's very important. I can say add. A email will go to the Sandeep Soni account, who will have to verify and approve it, and then that will get listed there. Otherwise, I will go to now again enterprise applications, and in enterprise applications I'll select Facebook. Users, add user, jj at assign. Once the user is assigned, now the user can back, refresh, It will take a while actually. Facebook should get listed here. Let's log in again. Okay. myapps.microsoft.com. Just step by step I'm taking you. Now I log in with the same ID. Password. Now we should have Facebook, not listed till now. Actually it should have it. Yes, it has come. It just took some time and it takes time. I did not invite or I did not approve it anywhere. I mean, I just got it here after some time. So you'll have to wait. Now I click on Facebook. The basic problem is, not problem actually, it's a requirement for Azure, for Access Panel, for Azure AD Access Panel, you'll have to install a plugin. It's a one-time feature actually. Let's say install now. My app secure sign-in extension. And you can read here, this extension is required to access specific application Microsoft.com, which provides single sign-on to the cloud application within your organization. It's a small file. What is this? आप क्या माइक्रोसॉफ्ट स्टोर पर शॉपिंग कर रहे हैं? इंग्लिश में बने रहे. Damn it. It's already installed. Problem is I'm using in private mode. It's not working here. Let's move to so many issues. These issues are only coming because we are not on a corporate network. These problems will not come if we are really sitting on a corporate network. From one machine I'm logging in with different IDs. That's also not recommended. So you see here, when I selected Facebook, it is now asking me to provide the credentials which I am supposed to use for logging onto the Facebook account. Now why it is asking me for these credentials? I'll cancel this. I'm not proceeding. Because in my Azure AD, when I did configuration, so let's go to now the same user and this time provide update credentials. Now, what is the advantage of doing this? After this, it might take some time, but let me try immediately. After this, if I actually click on Facebook, it should not ask me for username and password. It should directly use those credentials which I provided and redirect me to Facebook. You see, and that's happening. It's no more asking me to provide username and password. See, on top it has automatically come and it will take me in. I don't even have to press enter or anything. That's it. I'm in. Got it. I click on access panel, Facebook app, and I don't even have to provide username and password because the administrator has already provided username and password on my behalf through update credential options. That is the beauty of this. But if this is not provided, then you will be asked to provide username and password because that will be then considered as your personal account. So you will be asked to enter username and password. But once you entered username and password, remember those things will be remembered for subsequent login. You don't have to again provide username and password thereafter. In your access panel, it will be remembered through that plugin. One time only you will have to provide username and password to visit your personal account. Likewise, I can also add to Microsoft account. I can add users, once you understand what is happening, it's all very easy setup. I'll repeat and summarize everything because a lot of options are happening. I'll give you all the steps once again. I can add now the new user which I created. Again, go back to access panel. Remember, access panel is not working in incognito or private mode. So it will take some time, and after some time it will get listed here. And once it is listed here, the same story repeats. We'll just keep it and come back after some time and check. So what is that we have learned? Let's once again see all this. We created Azure AD, or why not refer to my notes. Azure AD, enterprise application. I added a new application, and let's say I searched for Facebook and I added that. Go to Facebook settings. Here I have demonstrated how to give individually, but you can do all this through Quick Start. Remember that Quick Start is an alternative. Single sign-on mode, password based single sign-on URL so and so. Users and groups, add users and groups who can access the application. That's what we have done. Users and group, update credential. Why we should use this? Following action will allow user to authenticate to the application from within access panel without explicitly asking for username and password, or with pre-configured identity. If you want to perform this step, the pre-configured identity, username and password is going to be used for authenticating the user. Then self-service, if you want to allow all these things. User settings, users can add gallery application to their access panel. For self-service, you'll have to enable this. That is here actually. That's under Active Directory directly. User settings. By default in your configuration it will be disabled. Users can add gallery applications to their access panel. By default it will be disabled. Sometime earlier I have enabled it. User assignment required. You see, this is this option is only enabled when the application is configured for single sign-on modes, SAML based SSO and WIA with Windows Azure AD authentication. Okay, so this is not available for Facebook and Microsoft Account Live. Maybe some other application it will be there. User assignment required. Right now it is default enabled, but in certain cases only by adding the application to the access panel automatically it becomes available to everybody. But you can control that user assignment required otherwise. And then you'll have to go to My Apps and the Story. Access panel. Approver will receive the request or reject in case you want to have. Dropbox supports federated single sign-on. I told you earlier. Dropbox, which is corporate account Dropbox. Azure AD Directory application proxy helps you to improve productivity by publishing on-premise applications so that remote employees can securely access them also. Just remember this as a feature. What is Azure AD application proxy? Because this is going to be a certification question or probably interview question. The importance of application proxy, Azure AD application proxy. It is the one which will help us to give access to extranet user to the on-premise applications. Remember that. Ideally start with new users added to the application. Demo purpose here. Add few user accounts. And then proceed based on the verified domain name. And that's it. That will make things easy for you. Or the default tenant ID, verified domain name, or you can use the default tenant ID. Now what will be your default tenant ID? Something like xxxx dot on microsoft.com. That's your default tenant ID. Pretty simple and very useful feature for corporates to provide at one place access to all their applications and not requiring them to re-log in again and again. Integrating line of business applications with Azure AD. Basically B2B applications we can call it. The applications which we want to make use of in our organization, the custom applications, the developer applications, the applications which the developers are developing for their own organization. So to those applications, how we can integrate Azure AD. So Azure organizations that develop their own line of business application can protect access to the application by using Azure AD. Developers can enable their own custom applications to use Azure AD and obtain features that are available to AD Gallery application. So basically we'll have to use something called as Oven middleware here. So first, these are the steps actually generalized steps. You have to register an application with Azure AD. You have to set up the application to use Oven authentication pipeline and use Oven to sign in and sign out requests to Azure AD. So all this we'll have to do it one by one. So now I go to Azure AD and in Azure AD we will this time use the option application registrations. Earlier we have used enterprise application. Now we are using application registrations. New application registration. And let's give some name to the application. Let's say my demo app. Now, is it a web application or a native application? Native application is like your mobile application actually, or Windows application or a console application. But ours is web. Give sign in URL. At this point of time, we don't know what can be the sign in. So just give something. Which we are going to change later. And we'll have to change it. Click on create. So what this has created is an Active Directory application. Mind you, what I have created is an Active Directory application. It's not getting listed here. You have to change this filter. All apps. Lot of apps. What I created now was my demo app. This is what I just now created. Now click on settings. And here in settings, we are going to have properties from which we are going to use application ID. There is an application ID. Login URL, I'm going to come back and change later here. So now let's see what a developer is going to do. I'll take a shortcut and I'll show you the long route. You can go through it in case you are interested. Into Studio, you have to log in with your Azure account first. Create a new project. Let's say an ASP.NET web application. Choose whatever is relevant, MVC, let us say in my case, and click on change authentication and select this option, work or school accounts. That's what we want actually. So here when you're logged in, automatically it is supposed to populate the domain name. It will take a while and the domain name will come, sandeepsoni.onmicrosoft.com. If not, I'll type there. Click on more options. See, actually what happens is, if I do not put a check mark here, this step is going to create an Azure AD application for me. I repeat, in our case we have created Azure AD. We'll take this application ID, copy and use that here. But if suppose copy, paste. Yeah. So we have copied from Azure the application ID and that we are using here as client ID. But if I do not do that, if I do not put a check mark here, automatically Studio is going to create an Azure Active Directory application for you. You have the choice. Click on OK. Studio will take care of generating all the OWIN related code, OWIN pipeline and everything will be created for you now. And actually speaking, application is ready. That's it. You are done. You don't need to do anything more for authentication and only take care of the authorization within your code. That's it. You see now a lot of code is auto generated for us. You have account controller. In content you'll have startup class, AppStart. AppStart you'll have startup class. So all this is extra which is generated now. You'll have reference to identity. System.identity model. Microsoft OWIN. All this is extra added now to support authentication with Azure AD. I'll show you the code also, but go to web.config and everything is actually there. In web.config, we have client ID, we have AD instance. This is the login URL which is going to be used for logging into the user account. The domain, which is your tenant ID. This can be used or this can be used. Both are fine. Post logout, redirect to this page. So I'll use this page only for login URL also. So I go back now to portal. Just close this. and come back to properties, you'll see homepage URL is automatically updated. I didn't even do that. Homepage URL is automatically set by Studio, whatever is the URL here. But of course, once the application goes into production, you'll have to manually come and change the URL here to the URL of your live website. That's very important. You don't have to do anything because you did not change anything. Click on OK. Now run this. Let's check if the controller account controller is authorized or not. No, it's not authorized. One of these pages, maybe contact, I'll change it to authorize. Now run this. So by default, it will let me in. I'll get the home page because that's not authorized. Anonymous users can access it. Most important, web application 2 is trying to access credentials of Microsoft. Do you want to accept? Say yes. So our application basically contacted Microsoft, and on behalf of the user, it took permission to access the Azure AD. Go to contact. Oh, sorry, authorize is already there here. I did not see this. Because authorize is already there at the controller level, for homepage itself, it asked me for username and password. So this is not at all required. But you can delete this. So now if I log in again, I'll close this window. Run the whole application again. This time I'll get into the home page. It will not ask me for credentials. But when I click on contact, it will ask me for credentials. See, I did not sign in. Now click on sign in. Just redirect me to login page. I pick up my username and password. Login. And I'm there. So simple. Developer doesn't have to now manage username password at all. The whole login module is delegated to Azure AD. Just I would like you to go through this. If you are a .NET developer, you should be able to understand what is there in sign in. It's all Oven pipeline integration actually. Sign out. But then there is something very important, which is startup. And in startup, all those values which are there in the config file are used from the web.config. And all this configuration is done. Oven pipeline options are created. So like this, developers within the organization will be able to let the users use Active Directory for authentication for their application without managing a separate database for identity management. See an important feature, My Demo app, go to properties, and here you have the option. It is not there right now. You see, if you wait, it will come. User assignment required. Right now, user assignment is not required. Anybody is able to log in. That means even if I use the account of Sandeep Soni, I will be able to log into this application. But if you want to restrict only to few users, then you will have to say user assignment required and then save this. After that, go to users and groups, and only those users who are here will now be able to access, others will not be able to access. Like I try to now log in with Sandeep Soni account. I have to close this. Go to contact. I try to use, let's say, Sandeep Soni at deccansoft.com. Provide my username and password. It will not let me in. Very important. The account needs to be added as an external user in the tenant first, whatever, and cannot access the application. Some error, but I'm not able to access the application. I think it was trying to use my work account earlier. This also will not be given permission anyhow. Access denied. Because I'm using localhost, it's directly showing the error message. If not, it will take me to the appropriate page. So very, very, very important. What is that? For a given application, come to manage application in local directory and properties. Basically, this is called as a service principal application. This application is a service principal application for my custom application which I have developed. That's all in this. Thank you. So implementing Azure AD B2C collaboration. See, what we have seen is how we can make use of Azure AD for developing applications which integrate for users within the organization, as well as we know how we can invite people from other organization and have access to those applications. But now we are talking about a major crowd. Let's say everybody in the world is our customer, not a specific set of users. So in those kind of cases, we will have to go for business to consumer. Now, what would be the difference? In business to consumer, any user will be able to register themselves on our website. They would be able to use anything like any social media account, maybe Facebook account or Google account or Twitter account or LinkedIn account. These kind of accounts they can make use of, and using those identities they can log in into our system. So basically, those applications which are public, available to the masses, the implementation has to be Azure AD business to consumer, B2C we call it. So Azure AD B2C provides identity as a service for your application for supporting two industry standard protocols, OpenID Connect and OAuth 2. Those are the protocols which are supported here. Azure AD B2C eliminates the requirement for developers to write code for identity management and storing identities in on-premise database or system. That means complete user management is delegated to Azure now. And as I said, it simplifies and standardizes consumer identity management by allowing your consumers to sign in for your application by using their social accounts, which can be Google, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and so on. So how do we begin here? For this, the first thing we'll have to do is create a Azure AD B2C directory. I repeat, we'll have to start with creating an Azure AD B2C directory. What we have here, Azure AD directory, is different. But this is not going to be useful for B2C. For B2C, we have to create a separate directory altogether. So I'll create a new resource. Search here B2C, Azure AD B2C, create. You're currently signed in as okay. First, let me switch to my actual directory. And same procedure now. Create a resource. Azure AD B2C. Create. Create a new Azure AD tenant. Of course, it's a B2C tenant. Give a name. Same name I'll use here also, and that becomes .onmicrosoft.com. You have to choose the country. It's not supported in all the countries. B2C is actually not supported in India itself actually. There is no India here. United States is good enough. And it's going to take almost a minute for creating a directory. Now once the directory is created, what's next? Obviously, we would like to add users to that directory. So now, the rest of the things what we have learned in regular Azure AD, the same things will apply here. That directory is going to get listed here. I would then switch to that directory, create users, create applications, register applications, assign permissions, and of course finally integrate the directory with our application, the custom application which we are going to develop, something in like .NET, where we would use OpenID Connect or OAuth for communicating with the Azure AD. So directory is created. Now click on link existing directory to my Azure subscription. Choose the directory from here. We created this one now. We create a new resource group, B2C demo RT. Create. So we created a new directory and linked to an existing, linked the directory to the existing subscription. After this step is completed, I'll have to switch to that directory now. It's not listed here yet. Go to the resource and you'll see here it changes. No, it's not changed. So what we'll do is refresh the whole page. And switch. We are switching to the directory. And now from the left hand side panel, we are not going to use Azure Active Directory. All the time till now we have been using Azure Active Directory. But this is a B2C directory. That is very important point you have to understand. We will not use this option anymore. So I'll say all services B2C, bookmark it. Click here. We can actually move this up. We'll be using it frequently. So this is my Azure AD. So click here, get started, and it does all the initialization required. B2C service has an internal error. That is fine. Again, it's asking me to take a while and come back again for preparation. Actually, it's preparing the directory in background. Perfect. We have the directory ready, and this is the domain name, dssdemo b2c.onmicrosoft.com. So as I said, the first thing we are going to do here is add users. If I want to, I can add users directly, or I can let users to directly register into this. Both the options are available. I can add a new user. Let's say whatever was there, same thing I'm using, and the domain name which we gave. And other stuff you can create. TSS demo b2c.onmicrosoft.com space. It's validating the domain name. So I'll copy this username, which I may need it at later point of time, and the password. Create it. So like this, like we could do in a regular Active Directory, here also we are able to create users, and we will see that the users from external source are also getting added to the same list. Now I go to the most important thing here, which is policies, because it is through these policies only we will allow the user to register. So what we have completed in the handout is this part we have completed altogether. Yeah, you can either create policies first or you can create your web application. It's your choice. So in my case, I would like to create policy first. in providing access to the application integrated with B2C is defining the policies. Now, what are these policies? Policies define consumer identity experience such as there are options: sign in, sign up, profile editing, change password. All these options are there. These policies can be defined in portal by using a special query parameter in HTTP authentication request. For a sign up policy, your application can use identities from social accounts. This is most important. Social accounts such as Google or Facebook or locally created account with email addresses. We can use social accounts, or we can also have accounts created within B2C using their email address. And of course, also including email address, username and password. So now this is the most important step. So I go to sign up policies and I'll add a new policy. Sign up, sign in. Single policy you want for both, or you want separate policy for sign up, separate policy for sign in. It's your choice. Let's say I would use a single policy. There are no policies right now. I will add a new one. Give some name. B2C underscore sign up, sign in. Identity providers. Now when the user is getting created, or if the user is getting authenticated, what are the identity providers we would like to support? So right now there is only one option here, email sign up. That means user is going to register by his email ID. So right now you do not see here any list like Facebook, Google or stuff. Click on OK. Now when the user is supposed to sign up, what are the attributes we would like to capture? We would like to capture the email address, the display name, and maybe the street address and the country. It's our choice what we want to capture here. We may not want to capture everything, or let's say postal code, or this is good enough. Click on OK. Then application claims. This is the input which we would like to get from the external provider in case we have an external provider. So same email address, display name, street address, and what else I took there. That's it. What are the 4 attributes I have used here? We'll try to map the same things. Country, display name, email address and street. So country I did not choose here. Let me choose that also. In case you want to support multi-factor authentication, but that's supported only in premium edition. Okay, I think they have enabled now in this, but I don't want multi-factor authentication. It's just one extra step for verification. You can provide your email ID or phone number and then validate it. A token will be sent to you. And if you want to do a page UI customization, sign in, sign up page, if you want to change the image in the background and stuff like that. Right? We don't want any kind of these customization. Need basis, you can do it. So now we have created a new policy. Like that, this is for sign up, sign in. Like that, for edit profile also I can create. Same stuff. everything is same. So two policies are created now. You can see all the policies here. You can go to a particular policy and actually test how the login or register page would look like. Run now endpoint. Okay, we don't have any application created yet. That's why it's not coming up. So let's create now the applications. Right now we are creating an Azure AD B2C application, which I'm going to later link it with my .NET application. Name of my application, B2C demo app. Is it going to support web API and web applications, or is it the mobile application? You can choose that. Reply URL, this is very important. Once the authentication has succeeded, to which URL should the user come back to? That we will have to give here. So for the time being, I'll just give randomly something which I'll have to come back and change it. And give here app ID URI, demo app, B2C demo app, preferably the same name we can give. Anything is okay. Two applications should not have same URI, that's it. And moreover, that is optional. App ID URI is optional. App ID will be created, that is what we will need. So application is created, that will get listed here. Switch and come back. Yeah, that's the application and its app ID. So there are two things which we are going to need now. One is the application ID and the other is the secret. Basically, we call it as key. So app ID, I'll need app ID and app secret. Here keys, we'll have to generate a key. Click on generate key. Now just save it and key will be automatically generated. What is important is ensure that this key does not have symbol like less than, greater than, because we are going to use this in programming. In our configuration file, we are going to make use of this. So ensure that we do not have some special symbols which are going to collide with our HTML stuff. So especially less than, greater than, ampersand also, see that it's not there. If it is there, you'll have to regenerate it. You can delete this and regenerate a new one. And you'll have to copy, because once you go out of this page, it's gone. You cannot come back and restore this. You cannot see this again later. So it's visible to you only one time. And that's it. We are done with this application creation. We are done with the policy creation. Now let's go back to all policies. We'll choose a policy here. Let's say B2C sign up, sign in. We'll have to choose the application, and this is the endpoint URL. I'll say copy. I would like to show you also. See, this is the URL now, and important thing is in the URL we have got the policy name. Okay, I added B2C. Internally it also added B2C1. It automatically added this. That's fine. Client ID and so on. So this is the login URL actually, and I take this. Let's say I go to Chrome, paste here, and this is the login URL which my application is going to use, and the same URL will be used for even signing in. Sign up, sign in, both the features can be accommodated in single URL because of the policy which we have in the URL. You see, you can sign up. If you have an account, sign in. If not, sign up. Remember, this can be changed through branding. This can be changed. So your application gets a ready-made login page, registration and everything. For authentication, we are using B2C. Where is Facebook? Right now we haven't added them as identity providers. Facebook, Google, Twitter, LinkedIn, all these are referred as identity providers, and they are not yet added to my B2C. Once those are added, they will get listed here as an option for logging in. That we'll see little later, but now first we'll try to develop an application. Now you have two choices here. Either you write all the code if you want, or else there is a sample application. You can download this as the base and edit this code. I'll download it. We'll save it in our local directory here. Let's say I create some directory. And I go to the directory. Extract this. We'll have to open the solution file. And of course, the changes which I'm going to make will be only in web.config. So this particular application has two projects. Okay. One is a web project and the other is web API project. We are not interested in the web API project. If we can implement for web project, we are fine. So there is a service which is a web API project, and there is a web app. We want to implement in web app. So go to web app, web.config, and here we'll have to provide the required details. So first thing I'll need is a tenant ID. How do we get the tenant ID? Whatever Active Directory we have created, P2C, that name will be the tenant ID. DSS demo b2c dot on microsoft.com. DSS demo b2c. Then we'll need this client ID, which is nothing but the app ID which we have here. The app ID. And followed by that the app secret. Remember the URL, this URL and the URL I showed you is same. And then we need the policy names, that is sign up, sign in policy, and likewise here the edit profile policy. Perfect. In case you have created a reset policy, password reset policy, that you will have to give here. So you can create policies and simply mention here. Now if your service is talking to, if your web application is talking to the background web API, these details will be required. Now task service URI. Of course, first what I'll do is comment this line and uncomment this line. No, wait, this is task service. I'm not so interested in task service. I'm interested in return URI, this one. So the port number which is used by my application right now is 44316. So I'll copy this and this I'll configure in my portal. Under properties of a given application. Reply URL. So if our page can probably come back to, what happens is from our website, we go to Microsoft for login and then it comes back to our site. So there are chances that in some situations we'll have multiple return URLs. So whichever is the reply URL, that means whichever URL you want to come back to, that URL should be present here compulsory. If not, we are going to get an error. So right now we have only one, but in case you do little advanced coding, this can change. But remember, at the same time, when you go live into production, you are going to change this. At the same time, you'll have to change here also. That is important. Save it. So now our complete application setup is done. We are ready to run. I'm just telling you again, I'm not so keen about this part. This also we can actually change, but we're not using that scopes. We're not getting into tasks and all that. So we will get into the application right now, and we'll notice that we are logged in by default. We are not logged in by default, but we can log in. So yes, here also in the meantime, as it is loading in the background, here also we have got authentication controller. Account controller, which is responsible for authentication. Here also we will see startup, but the code is little different. We'll have policy included in the URLs now. For B2C, the code is different. We are still using Ovin only, but the code is different. So later, if you want, you can try to understand that. I'm not so keen about explaining all that. And we should be there. Not logged in. So let's try to log in. Beautiful thing is, when we try to log in here, it need not be even a Microsoft account. You can use your Gmail ID. You can use any ID here. Like for example, let me use my Gmail ID and some password. Right now it is not there, so I'm going to get error. Account is not there, so I'll sign up. Now when I click on sign up, first thing it will ask me is to verify my email address. I'm going to get an email. That verification code I'm supposed to enter. I'm checking the email on my mobile. Yes, my verification code is 325811. Verified. Once I am verified, now I can provide the new password. Street address. These are the fields I have checked, if you remember. City. Country. Display name. Create. And the account is created. We can use this to log in. I'm logged in. I can click on claims and see my details. So there is a claims API using which we will be able to get all these details. Programmatically. So Azure AD B2C is holding this information, and our application, the .NET application, is able to read this information. That's the point. This data is with Azure AD, and our .NET application is able to read this information. You have the claims code. Claims principal dot current dot claims. That's the API call. Claims principal dot current dot claims. That gives you all the claim objects, and each claim object has type and value. That's what we are seeing in the browser actually. This is the type and the value. Basically key value pair. That's it. Our application is up and running. No identity programming has to be done. Yeah, you want to give permission to few users, you don't want to give permission to few users, that you can always code based on this extra data which we are getting from here. I'll check up if name is equal to Sansoni, I will do something, or else I'll not do something. Things like that we will have to take care of in our code. Authentication is taken care, whereas authorization stuff, user based stuff, all that is our application logic that we will have to code in our application. So all this is there in our handout. All the steps are given. If you download, edit the web.config. In case you want, you can edit for web app, web API both. I have not edited web API, so my web API will crash. The web API is basically to create to-do list. So right now it will crash. Just forget it. I have not programmed web API, nor I have configured its web.config. So this will not be able to authenticate the user. That's okay. We are not interested. Run and test the application, and we can directly jump to step 36. But otherwise, if you are a developer and if you want to do everything manually, you don't want to use the sample application. If you are a hardcore developer and if you want to yourself write everything so that you understand stuff, I would propose you to follow these steps. You have to add the Ovin class manually. You have to write the startup, OpenID connect authentication, redirect to identity provider, sign up, sign in your account controller. All this you'll have to take care of. And this is how you can get the claims. Claims principal dot current. Yeah, you have to ensure that you get the NuGet package. Now, I want to make use of Facebook. So first thing we'll have to do is, let's do this in the next video. So now that we have got email authentication, we would like to add now the Facebook authentication to our site. How to do this? Basically, we want users to make use of their Facebook account and get into our website. Let us now visit developers.facebook.com. You should have a developer account enabled. By chance it is not enabled, you'll have to do that. Here you are going to see all the applications and add a new application now. Like we did Azure B2C new application, like that now we are adding B2C application in Facebook. Display name DSS B2C demo app, contact email ID, create an app ID. Here also we'll get app ID. So we basically want Facebook login. Let's say set up this. Ours is a web application. Let's choose that. The site URL. What will be that? The URL from here. Whatever is our site URL, that we'll have to give here. Save it. And we don't need, in case you are doing JavaScript and stuff, Facebook is giving you ready-made code for integration. We don't need all this. Login status and all, we don't need this also. Facebook button, in case you want on your site, you can use this. That also we don't need. And all this also we are not worried about. So what is important is here we created a Facebook login. See the product added here. So go to settings. The most important thing we'll have to provide is the OAuth redirect URI. So how to frame that? This is how the format is supposed to be. This you have to copy. Like I showed you earlier for Azure B2C, this was used. Now we are using this for Facebook. So like that, when we do Google, for that also it will have some URL like this. You'll have to find out this from the documentation. What should be the format of URL for Facebook, URL for Google, like that. Everybody will give their URL. So auth redirect URI. And here redirect URI to check when we come back. This URI. Redirect URI. After authentication, it will come back to this. Why is it not running? I have the Express edition 44316. It's fine actually. Anyways, let's leave that. We know it's correct only. So this is the very important step we have to provide, and we are done. Now we go back to the dashboard. Settings, actually dashboard also they changed. Okay, I need app ID and app secret. These two things I need now. Click on basic, app ID. And the app secret. So where do we need this? Now I'll go to again B2C, and in B2C This is Azure AD B2C application, but we want to go to B2C directory. Azure AD, yeah, sorry, that's correct only. B2C directory, and here I should add identity provider. So right now we have only one actually, email. See, email is already there. I would like to add more, which are social identity provider. So this I want is Facebook. There's so many identity providers. We can choose one. So many are there, and the list is growing. So right now Facebook is what I'm interested in. Set up this identity provider. So here we need client ID, which is this ID. Paste it here. And we'll need secret. We'll have to show. It will ask for again password. Copy, and you can paste here. So basically we are creating a setup between Azure B2C and Facebook by adding a provider. Okay, create. Like this, multiple providers can be created. Now we'll have to go to the policy. The policy right now supports only email. Select the policy. In the provider section, we'll have to enable Facebook also now. Edit. Identity providers. Facebook also should be checked. So later if you add Google, you'll have to come back and check Google also for each policy. Save it. Once you save, you can actually check with this URL itself. You don't even need to go to the application. First thing, it should work here. Policy is saved. So I copy this. Let's try to paste this. We might get error. Click on Facebook. We might get error. See, I'm now onto Facebook and it's asking me to provide permission. So in Facebook, I'm already logged in. That user is being given permission into this application. So once I say continue, this user will have permission to access this particular application. Rather, this application will have access to some of the data, my public profile and my email address. Now I don't want to give access to something. I can uncheck and give limited access. So this user also now is granted access. So whichever Facebook ID you use, with that ID, user will be able to log in. And now the additional data we have to provide. Remember this check marks we have put in at the time of creating the policy. Name and email ID has automatically come. From where? Facebook. All this is outside our application, mind you. The user is still not in our application. Now he has come back. I mean, of course, I didn't visit from here. That's why all this problem. I did not come from here. I directly copied the URL from the application. From here I copied. Ideally, we should have gone to our application. But because reply URL is given as our application, it came back there. Facebook.com is the provider. So like this, Facebook integration is performed. Remember, once you go live, ensure that you put a check mark here. I thought this would be required. Choose a category, save it. And you must provide a valid privacy policy URL. This is a new thing which they have introduced. Privacy policy URL. You're supposed to make a privacy policy page and provide that. Nowadays, a lot of data problem. So all these precautions they are taking. Terms of service URL. Basically, every organization has their own privacy policy and terms of service when they capture the user details. Yeah. Some privacy file they need. I took the URL from here. That's it. Now switch on this. It will again ask you to log in for verification. And your application is going to go public. Of course, this URL will be replaced with the more appropriate URL, the production URL. When this is unchecked with localhost alone, it would work. So this is how the Facebook integration is done. Similarly, you'll have steps to be followed for Google integration. I don't have it in the handout, but yes, you can follow the Google integration also. Similar kind of steps. In Google, you'll have to create a Google app. Google app also will give you app ID, app secret, which you are going to use it in your Azure B2C. Go to Azure B2C directory, add one more identity provider and provide app ID, app secret for Google. Come here in policies, select the provider and add it. So what is the advantage now? Now if I run my application, I already showed you actually. When I run my application and if the user wants to sign in, we'll have the option of Facebook. I'm already signed in. Let me sign out. I now sign in. and I have the option of Facebook. So this list will grow without me doing even single line of programming. We are getting all these extra benefits. That's it. I did not click on OK there. So sign in process did not complete. Let me finish it off. See, these details have come now from Facebook. Fantastic. We are inside. So basically, advantage is our application would be able to use any account provided our application is enabled with Azure AD B2C, in which providers are added and attached to the corresponding policies which we are using in our code. So that's all in this particular Facebook integration.